Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you. Welcome back. Looks like there are others out there in need. Welcome back. Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Ladyflow 333 just resubscribed for 5 months at Tier 1.
Looks like there are others out there in need.
Hello, friendos. Hello, gamers. How's everybody doing today? Welcome on in.
Looks like there are others out there in need.
Happy Wednesday, guys. Happy Wednesday. How we doing today? How we doing today? Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope we're doing well. Ghosty, congrats on the first. You have been first 120 heckin' times, which is absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. Jojo, congrats on the 69. You now have 13 kinky coins. 13 kinky coins. Congratulations. Ghost, welcome in. Enjoy your sip of scythe. Emmy, congrats on that not first. Welcome in, lovely. Welcome in, welcome in. Ghost, thank you for checking in. Thank you so much. Ignore the check-ins, guys, that say 0. Ignore the check-ins. It's not correct. It's still not
Looks
correct.
like there are others out there in need.
I didn't get a chance to mess with the bots today. We had a busy day. We had a busy day. Emmy, hello. How are you? How are you? How are you? How's it going? How's it going, everybody? Zach, welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. It's good to see you. We are so back. Hillary, welcome in. Enjoy your Wraith Wrap. Zach, enjoy that macchiato miling. It's good to see you, Hillary. Very good as always. As always, welcome in. Jojo, hello, love. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well today. I need to update my timer for the YouTube shout out. There we go. Save. There we go. That's better. Diesel, hello. How are you doing, love? It's been a while. I hope you're doing well. Enjoy your yokai latte. Welcome in, welcome in. Looks like the bot is still broken. It's not broken. I just have more than one. So the one that says 0 is not correct because it's not updated from the old bot to the new bot. That's all. It's just not updated. It's not broken. It's just not updated. So that's all. That's all. The one that you're wanting to look at is the one that says 1,000, like, however many haunted coins. That's correct. The haunted coins is the number of check-ins. Because remember, you can spend your check-ins for, like, giveaways and stuff. It's like a currency that you're getting when you're checking in, basically. But yeah, that's what that is.
Welcome back.
That's what that is. Nikki, hello. Enjoy your mare matcha. How are you today? Sasha, enjoy that voodoo veggie burger. I hope you're doing well. Lady, hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you so much for the tier 1 for 5 heckin' months. How are you today? 5 months is crazy. I hope you're doing well. I hope Cowboy was behaving today. I heard that he and Nepo were fighting. But what's new there? Right? What's new there? And look at you with that 65 heckin' stream streak. That's crazy. That's crazy. Welcome in. Welcome in. Emmy with a 25 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There is a Nikki Vampy Emmy and a Nikki Lady Flow in the chat. Close to my balls. Love Bug, welcome in, welcome in. Enjoy your Phantom Parfait. How are you? Hello, Inquiz, welcome in. Welcome in. How are you today? Hi, Dakota. How's it going? How's it going, love? I hope you're doing well. Enjoy your Glory Hole milkshake. Yeah, just ignore the one that says 0 for now. Just ignore the one that says 0 for now. I owe you guys, by the way, a pup cup from yesterday because we did get to the 10 subs for vodka. So, vodka, you want your pup cup? You gotta come here. You gotta get off the bed. You don't get to eat it on the bed. Come on. Yeah, don't be lazy. Come on. You want it? Come on. There you go, honey.
Welcome back.
She's like, but I want to eat it on the bed, Mom. I want to eat it on the bed. Mystic, welcome in. How are you today? It's good to see you. Enjoy your Java Gen. Vodka and I are doing well. How are you, Jojo? Mistake using the new thing? Uh-oh. Why? Why is it a mistake? Why is it a mistake? Ghosty, enjoy your yokai latte. How are you? Work was a choking day like yesterday, but we actually had a breather because someone was coming in to look at the fryer. Oh. I mean, that's good. I'm glad you got a breather, but I'm sorry it was a choking day again. That's crazy. They need to get that fixed. Hi, KP. How are you? Doing great. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. I am. Cowboy and Nepo are always chaotic. They are. They're crazy. Both of them. Both of them. Hi, Scully. How are you, beautiful? I love you. Welcome in. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Enjoy your sanity. Enjoy, enjoy. Number 6? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You get the full, Scully. You got the full. Nothing happened. You're safe. You're safe. I'm doing well, Mystic. I'm doing well. What shenanigans you up to today? You accidentally turned emote only on? Oh no, that's okay. You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. You know, you gotta play around with it. If you accidentally hit a few buttons here or there, I'm not gonna be mad. I'm not gonna be mad. Which bingo should I start? Let me see, hold on. Oh, Scully, if you have ideas for either bingo, DPD, or Phasmo, if anybody has ideas, let me know. If you send them in like a line list, we can update the bingo.
Hardware controls ready for you.
Let's just do... Let's do the Phasmo General.
Hi, stranger.
Because I'm gonna have evidence, but I'm gonna do zero
It's been
sanity.
a while. I've missed you.
And we're only gonna do the evidence if we can't
It's
figure it
okay.
out.
You can look
Quickly.
at my butt.
Don't worry, I'm looking at your butt. I'm looking. I'm looking. What's your enjoyer ricotta toast? How are you today? Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. Rod, hello. It's good to see you. How are you today? Moon streaking with a 10 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a naked moon in the chat. A naked moon. Yes, go grab your bingo cards, guys. I can do a survivor bingo, killer bingo, swip bingo, and if you think you'll play chaos shuffle, I can do one for that. Yeah. I think we're going to do more chaos shuffle. And I think we'll do, obviously, lights out and 2v8. So, for sure, for sure. So, hi, Mama Cass. How are you? Guys, if you are not following Mama Cass, why not? Why not? Go follow our Mama Cass. Go follow Mama Cass right now. You guys will love her. She is beautiful. She is wonderful. She is smart. She's one of the most hardworking people I know. I adore her, and I know you will too. I know you will too, so please go follow her. Big announcement too. I don't know if you guys saw. Did you guys see? Did you guys saw what I put up on, I think I put it on Twitter and Instagram today.
Hardware controls
I
ready
love
for
you, Cass. You have Phasmo bingo ideas? Make me some lists, JoJo. Make me some lists. Hi, True.
Hardware controls ready for you.
How are you today? Guys, make sure you're following True. Go follow our True Woo. If you have not, we love True. He's a handsome man. Jeffrey, enjoy your Hantu cold brew. Jeffrey's hot, pass it on. Follow Jeffrey as well. How you doing, Jeffrey? How you doing? I love you. Don't follow True. No, True. Stop that. You know what? Hold on. JoJo. Listen. I'm gonna give you something, JoJo. Only because I know how dedicated you are. But I need you to use this sparingly and know that with great power, JoJo, comes great responsibility. Okay? Where's your name? With great power comes great responsibility, JoJo.
Looks like there are others out there in need.
Use it wisely. Use it wisely, JoJo. I trust you. No, Southern is hot, pass it on. Excuse you. Excuse you. Please. How are you, Sylvan? It's good to see you. Not only is Sylvan hot, Sylvan's famous. How about that? No, you know what? You can put 6-7 in the chat. I don't even care about 6-7 anymore. I'm so over caring. I'd rather you put -7 though, Jeffrey. Let's be honest. -7 is better. In fact, can we get some -7s? Can we get some -7s in the chat just for the hell of it? -7? You know, -7, true. -7. What do you mean? You don't know the lingo? You don't know the lingo, true? Listen, all of you are hot, okay? All of you are hot, so how about that? Chat is hot and chat is the best. Hey, thank you for trying to use the -7. Thank you for trying assertive. Thank you for trying friendly. I appreciate it. And thank you for trying Shadow. And as well, Equinox. Look at that. All these first-time chatters trying to come in here with the -7. W's for the -7 on our first-time chatters. 10 out of 10. You guys are great. You guys are great. We love to see it. We love to see it. We love to see it. W first-time chatters. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Had to go back to see what you said. You cannot call me famous when you're famous. I'm not famous, but I can totally call you famous. And even if I was famous, I could still call you famous. So about that. Eli, hi. I love your face. How are you? Welcome in. Enjoy your Banshee Espresso. Eli, are you available Saturday to play some Mound in Discord? Angel Bear, welcome in. You want some vodka snacks? Vodka. She just ate a pop cup. Vodka, come get some snackies. Go to your place.
I'm in danger.
Hi, Sabina. How are you?
Welcome back.
You've been playing some of it, just a few rounds. What do you think? What do you think so far? It's a good girl. Positive thoughts, question mark? How are you, Sabinas? You're tired. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thinking about transitioning into a different game? What game are you thinking, Dakota? What type of game are you wanting? It's the wonderful, handsome Bri. Hi, Bri. How are you doing today? Is Mound good? I know it's on PS5 and has crossplay. I haven't played it yet. It looks really good. I know Silver played some of it. Eli's played some of it. It says it's okay. I'm excited to check it out. Have not got that far on it to give it a rating yet. That's fair. That's fair. Expect to be tired during a 50-hour work week. That's so valid. That's so valid.
Looks like there are others out there in need.
Wait till I'm good at killer. I'll have my revenge. I'd love to have you kill me, Sylvan. I'd love to have you kill me. I'm doing all right, though, Sabina. I'm doing all right. I'm excited for things to come and tired because work is killing me. But you know what? We vibe. We vibe. It is what it is. Make sure when you start it up, turn off unlimited FPS. Oh, is it one of those games that starts in unlimited? Why do games do that? Why? Gonna play Casting of Frank Sim for this weekend. I'm gonna check that game out. I've got it. Haven't played it yet. Hi, Twyla. Guys, make sure you're following one of my best friends right there, Miss Twyla. I love her. Super early doc appointment tomorrow, but I heckin' love your face. I hope it goes well, Twyla. I love you. I love you. My mom has been on meds now for her pain for 2 days. And today it actually helped. It makes me so happy. She's not in terrible pain when walking. I'm so glad to hear that, Bri. I'm so glad to hear that. That's such good news. Do you have a doubled source for your check-in? It's 2 different bots. That's why it's going twice. That's why it's going twice. I have to copy one bot's information into the other bot, so that way it's not going twice. I just haven't had time yet. Jeffrey. That's why. It's doubled for some of the sounds and not others, and I don't know why. I haven't figured out that. I haven't figured out because it's only supposed to be. Listen, it's only supposed to be one source. It's only supposed to be one source, and it's only one source.
Dead asset, dead asset, dead asset, dead.
See how that's only one source? And that one only plays as one thing? But if you do like the Ada Ada Uwu or certain other ones, it plays as multiple. And I don't know why. I can't figure it out. None of the walk-ons are doubled either. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know what's causing that issue. So I've got to do some more troubleshooting to try and figure that out. I haven't been able to figure it out yet because I can't. I can't seem to figure out what is causing the issue. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Well, we'll figure it out. Should I give Jeffrey an example? No, it's okay. It's okay. How you doing, Asmodai? Welcome in. It's good to see you today. You're here to suffer, Jeffrey. No, don't make Jeffrey suffer. Don't make Jeffrey suffer. Jeffrey does not need to suffer. Poor Jeffrey. Poor Jeffrey. Jeffrey's just a baby. Jeffrey's just a baby. Unless, hold on. Maybe. I had an idea. I had an idea just now. I don't know if it's the idea. What would this be on? I guess. Just that one, and VOD track is 2, so 1 and 2 is really all it needs to be on, right? So then what if I put this only on one and 2 here, and 1 and 2 here, and I mean, it really doesn't make any sense because none of the others that are on multiple duplicate, but you know what, we're gonna do it anyway. And we're gonna see if maybe this fixes it. Maybe. Okay. Let's see. I can't even hear it now. Did you guys hear that though? And did it only play once? You didn't hear it? Oh, shoot. Okay. So that wasn't it then. All right, we're troubleshooting together. Thank you guys for troubleshooting with me. Maybe we try... Is number 5 my... I think number 6 is... I could be wrong. I think number 6 is that one. Let's find out. Yeah, vodka? Okay, let me hit close. Let's try another one. What's another one that had like a doubling to it? Was it this one? I heard that. Did it double? Or did it only play once? You know what I can do? Hold on. Channel points. Ara uru. There's no cooldown for now. Let's remove the cooldown for a moment. Please don't spam this. Because we're just doing it for a test. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to refresh the page so I can do it. Let's see. I like how this turned into we're gonna test some stuff because I got distracted.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
That one played twice. Let's see. I still can't play it again. I removed the cooldown. What do you mean? What do you mean? 0. Save. Thank you, Jojo. Thank you, Jojo. Jojo, can you keep words going while I'm doing this, if you don't mind? If you don't mind. It won't let me play it again. It's so stupid. Why? Is it not working for you? Why? It would be restart. Oh, it's because it's triggering my bot. I need to fix that. That's why. It's triggering my bot. That's why. I need to fix it. Reward unavailable. I can't hear it at all now. I just straight up broke it. Oh no. Hi, my name is Shana, and I just break everything. Alright, we're just gonna put it back on everything. Oh no. Okay, I think I fixed it. Maybe the issue, hold on. What if I delete this? No. Remove. Yes. I don't know that this is a good idea. I hope I didn't break things. But we're gonna find out. Okay, that was one sound. That was one sound.
Look at me. I'm burning.
That didn't make a sound at all, though.
Welcome back.
I think it's because it deleted the sound alerts one on accident. No! And that's not the one I was wanting to delete. I was wanting to delete this one. And this one only. Remove. Yes. What if I do this one?
What are you doing? Get the fuck up. I thought you said you were deadly. Hurry up. You got shit to do.
Okay, that's one sound.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Did I fix it? Maybe I fixed it. Maybe. I don't know. I might have fixed it, or I might have broken other stuff. Anything is possible. But I think I might have fixed it. I think I might have fixed it. Possibly. Maybe. We'll find out. We'll find out. Alright. I'm going to share my good news with you guys. I'm going to share my good news with you guys now. The TTS on that won't work, but if you put the words together. We're going to stream at our normal time on Thursday. So, starting Thursday at around 7:30. But we were selected to take part in the Into the Rainbow event with Dead by Daylight. And I'm so excited. So excited. We'll be raising money for Interpride. Our slot is specifically at 12:30 a.m. on the 7th. And I'm going to be putting up together some, like, fun incentives and fun things to do with Nepo. My friend Junglee Russ is going to be joining us, and we'll be figuring out some other things too. But it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. And I'm super, super, super excited about it. Super, super, super excited about it. So, night mama, hello, welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well today. I hope you're doing well today. Welcome in. So this is super exciting. I just wanted to share with you guys. Mark your calendars. It's going to be an exciting stream. From Thursday night into Friday morning. And then Friday evening, we'll be doing a normal stream. I will hopefully be able to start on time. But we'll be streaming super late into Friday morning. So, just be prepared. Just be prepared. Okay? Thank you, Hillary. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Thank you, Night Mama. Thank you, thank you. I'm very excited about it. I'm very excited about it. So, I think it'll be really fun. I think it'll be really, really fun. Yeah. That being said, if you haven't grabbed your bingo cards, grab your bingo cards. We're going to start up YouTube. And we're going to get into our Phasmophobia shenanigans for today. Depending on how I'm feeling later, we might also play some DVD. But we'll see. We'll see how today goes. We'll see also if I stick to being solo or if I try and drag some friends in here. Who knows? But we're definitely going to start solo. So, let me fire up YouTube. Uno. Dos. Hello, YouTube. Welcome or welcome back. Subscribe, like, comment, turn that bell on. Do all the things that I am supposed to tell you to do. Today, we're playing Phasmophobia. It's time for us to lock in. It's time for us to work on that Artist's Retreat Willow badge. We are at 14 out of 50, which, considering we were just kind of goofing off and having fun before, is not bad. But it's time for us to lock in. We have to correctly identify ghosts and survive. I think we can do this. I think we can do this. Win some vodka snacks. Vodka, come here. Come get some snackies again. So, let's do it. Do we got this? I hope so. Guys, go follow Solvin, by the way, if you haven't. And Jojo, thank you for coming. A 14-month member on YouTube. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I'm going to be working on doing more little, like, members-only shorts and stuff. So, hopefully, I'll have a little bit more of those coming out soon. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Grim, welcome in with that 70 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes and naked Grim in the chat. A naked Grim. Let's go. Let's go. All right. I did, by the way, update our overlay here. So, in case anybody was unsure how many days it's been since we've seen a Mimo. It has been 3 streams. It's been 3 streams since our last Mimo sighting. And I will do my best to keep track of our deaths. So, and our correct ghosts as well. I need to find somewhere that I can make that like a tracker. It'll make my life a lot easier. But Ford kisses for the puppers. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. Blame JoJo? Why are we blaming JoJo? Pause, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Guys, if you're not already following Pause, please hug the button at the top of your screen. Go show Pause lots of love. It's free to do so. So why would you not? We love Pause. We love
Superb Pause just traded with 1 views.
How was your stream? Tell us about it. When are you streaming next? Welcome in. Welcome in. How's it going? How's it going? Welcome in. Cynical, hello. Welcome in on YouTube. Welcome in, welcome in. Hi, cowboy. I saw you rated out. How was your stream? How was your stream? Alright. We're gonna preset professional, but we're gonna go 0 sanity. We're also going to make a few other adjustments here because we're speed running. Ghost's not going to change rooms. Our ghost is going to have more, just a little more activity. A little more, right? 30-second grace period is fine. 3 evidence is fine. 60 seconds for, oh, I got something in my eyeball. For fingerprints is fine. Spooky, but I love Ghostbusters. Hey, there you go. There you go. Even if JoJo didn't do anything, he always does something. Gotta blame Sylvan, please. Sylvan, please. I can't even dispute that. You know what? As long as you understand. Just in case I end up playing with anybody else, we're gonna turn on kills, extend hunts, because why not? Setup time at 0, weather random. Doors open. We'll turn that up to high. Why is there something in my eyeball? Guys, go follow Cowboy, by the way, if you have not already. My goodness. Was Killer fun too? I know, I saw him playing Killer. What's up with that? Cowboy, our new Killer main. Hiding low. Sanity monitor off. Activity monitor off. Fuse box. Oh my goodness. We're gonna have it start on. Fuse box visible off. Cursed possession 2. And we'll have it be random today. Even red light event and scared me. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Being on the other side of it sucks. Does it? Like, getting bullied? Or just, like, playing Killer? Cowboy for DVD creator for sure. For sure. It does do the big shout out as well.
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
Yeah, getting bullied does suck, which is why I usually don't like to bully the Killer. But, you know. Is that what I do to Killers? I don't think you're usually a bully to the Killers, no. But I think you can be really frustrating to Killers, yes.
Welcome back.
Yes.
Looks like there are others out
Hi,
there.
Urk. Enjoy that red-eyed demon. Yes, grab your cheat sheets if you'd like. Cynical, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that you've had so many issues. It's so frustrating. So frustrating. I'm gonna grab a photo camera.
Surprise, bitch.
And
I bet you thought you'd seen the last of me.
actually, let's leave the photo camera. Let's grab a UV and a thermo. Let's grab a UV and a thermo. Imagine being such a cutie patootie. No, you. No, you. Fire Archer, welcome in. Enjoy that Onryo spice tea. How are you? Alright. Let's see. We don't have hiding in the living room right away. I am hearing things being thrown. We do have a summoning circle. Oh, it's not an Oni or a Kormosh. We can rule that out. No hiding there. Oh, she's fast. Ghost name is Tim. We do have a fast ghost. So we can rule out quite a few ghosts here, right? I don't know what the temps are. The ambient temps is the problem. Oh, there's a bone. Oh, red light event right away. I think she started right in here. Maybe not. Where did you start? Little. Oh, look at bone. Alright, I'm gonna go grab some more incense. I think it started in the garage. You think that's a dildo? I think it could be. I think it certainly could be with those speeds. Okay, so I know that if it eats the crucifix in between, that will affect it. He's gonna get you. He almost did, Chris. He almost did, for sure. Did he start in the garage? I think he did. Which he did not start in there that first hunt. Where did I drop my thermo? Ah! The speed runs are not speed running. Because I'm panicking. Oh, it's in my inventory still. I don't want to talk about it. It's 19 degrees in there. What do you mean? Where's your room? All right, we're just gonna throw things. Let's throw things. Wait, what, did I didn't throw it. I just kept it in my... Jesus. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I know if you flip light switches, it counts. 8. Do doors count? 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Taps count. 15. Does that count? 16, 17, 18, 19. It is a dildo! 20. 21. You're a dildo! You're a dildo! Your mom's a dildo! Your dad's a dildo! You're all dildos! Ha ha! Sucker! He's a dildo! Let's go! That's right, Chris. You think it wasn't... Where's its freaking ghost room, though? Okay. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I can't throw that. Oh, God. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, my God. You're too fast. Dildo, go away. Dildo, don't bother me. Dildo, don't bother me. Dildo, don't bother me. Early in the morning. Oh God, I got stuck. out of here, dildo. Where the hell's your room at? Go back to your room, dildo. Okay. Did you clip that? Oh my god. Where the heck is this dildo's room? I don't even know. You know what? Let's just take our bone. Do we have tarot cards? You know if we do. Dildos be dildin'? They do. They do. They truly do. We don't. Okay. We don't have tarot cards. I'll light one candle for you guys, and I will leave. One. Goodbye. Eric with a 5-stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a naked Eric in the chat. Let's go. Let's go. Don't be dry when you playing with a dildo. Hydration station. Choo choo. Dusky would like to F around and find out what number 4. You got death. I hope you have somewhere to hide. Or an incense or something. Oh, I gotta circle it. Woo, I almost forgot to circle the ghost.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for
Dildo.
you.
Let's go. This is why I can't stream on TikTok, by the way, in case anybody's wondering. I got cock blocked on TikTok. They didn't like how many times I said the word cock. C-A-U-L-K, by the way. Pretty sure they probably wouldn't like me saying dildo over and over either. So, we're just gonna, you know, we're just gonna continue on. We're gonna continue on. It is what it is. You know, I know where I stand. I know where I belong. It's fine. It's fine. All right. One more down. Let's go. GG's. Don't forget, if you want to guess the new ghost, please use Mimic for now, because I'm in the midst of trying to swap bots. I've got to try and figure out how to get the game onto the new bot and also add the new ghost. So I've not added it. The dreaded dildo gas. Oh my god, not the gas. Please. I thought it was your name as well. It was not my name. It was not my name. It was my use of the word cock. It was my use of the word cock. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. The British way. Listen. Listen. I say it the fun way. Jay Williams is our ghost. It can't be a Banshee or a Diane. Epic! I love you.
Epic Tight
How
Pants
are
just
you?
resubscribed for 26
How
months.
are you?
at
Guys, if you're
Dear
not
One.
following Mel, aka Epic Tight Pants, what are you doing with your life? What are you doing? Go follow her right now. Go follow her right now. She's been playing her variety streamer dreams, living her best life, playing Palia, all kinds of things. She's also a Kinetic Games partner. You guys will love her. It prioritizes YouTube? Really? That's crazy. I wonder why. I wonder if like Discord has like more of a relationship with YouTube or something, and that's why. I don't know. I don't know. That's so weird. That's so weird. I'm obsessed with Pal World. Listen, I understand why people are obsessed with it. I just don't know. I just don't know if it's for me. I just don't know if it's for me. Pal World and Palia, I think they're like the same thing in my brain. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. They're the same thing in my brain, and I just don't get it. Ah. I know, I saw you're a pocket pair partner now. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. I owned it for over a year and had no interest in playing it. They're not the same at all. Listen, okay, fair. Fair. I'm enjoying Pal World so much more. Really? Okay. That's exactly why I wasn't playing it. I don't love Pokemon, and I'm so... Okay. About Palia, fair. I love Pokemon. I love Pokemon. But, I don't know. I've never downloaded it, and I've never tried it. I've watched people play it. It's fine. Like, it looks fine. It's nice to watch. I just don't know that I would play it. I don't know that I would play it. You know? But we need to play some trials. Have you played any of the new trials, Epic? Because the new... Oh my god, the new stuff is so fun. It's so fun. Oh my god. First survival game I've really been in love with. I love that. I love that. We'll be checking out Mound on Saturday in Discord too. I don't know if you've seen that at all. But I'm excited to play that as well. I think that's gonna be really fun. I think it's gonna be really fun. But yeah, we should play some trials again soon. And I know that I keep saying it, but I do intend to get into some Hunt Showdown with you. It is my intention to do so. Pokemon Company keeps suing Pal World for a lot of the likeness. They lost that though. Oh, I forgot that goes to the bathroom. They lost that battle. Oh, look. Look what I found, Jojo. Oh, we're hunting. Little... Oh, look at Bone. Okay, is it just me or did he sound crazy? Is it just me, or did his footsteps sound crazy? Yeah, I've heard about people getting killed here a lot, especially if they're close to the door. I haven't gotten killed here yet, luckily. Luckily. He sounded a little slow, yeah? I think he started in the basement. I was cemented in 2-star MMR for so long, which is hilarious because my second account has no problems being a 4-star. I wonder if it's just because you were learning for so long on that account, so it like puts you in that MMR for so long, you know what I mean? Alright, here's our room. Here's our room. Whee! I think it sounded kind of slow. What do you guys think? Breakers right there. Not a Noni or a Cormosh. Alright, let's go. Let's see if we can get some more evidence. Oh. You thought you were hunting. Oh, it is hunting. It is absolutely hunting. We're not in there, buddy. I thought it was anyway. You're 3-star on it now. I love that for you. Congrats. Congrats. I need to. I'm just so bad. I'm so bad, Epic. So bad playing and just like being so tragically awful. So tragically awful. Do we think he's gonna try and hunt before I get down there? The updates this week are a breath of fresh air. Really? Whoop. Okay, it was an event. Thank God. Hi, buddy. Oh, Orbeez. We have Orbeez, guys. Orbeez. Oh. Okay. We'll just leave that there. And hope we can make it out this door. Okay, we did it. We did it! There's a bit of buffering and lag on both sides. No, don't tell me that. Hold on. Oh, it's because my internet, because I see that my streams that I have up all have a red button on them. They all have the red button on them. Okay. Hold on. Hold on, hold on. Is it better now? Have we stabilized? It's fine now? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I had a little internet moment. I had an internet moment. You guys know. Hashtag Mediacom. It's like the greatest internet in the world. Duh. Alright, we have Orbeez. We did get Noni Breath though, so it can't be a Cormos, right? So here's your options if you need to change your guessing. If you need to change your guessing. Alright. Also, Epic, when 2v8 comes out, if you want to do any killer together, let me know. And maybe we could do even like a squad of Survivor or something. If we can get 8 of us to clown, I think that'd be really fun. Alright, we got a little cruisy nom there. Yeah, buddy. You should really see the doctor about that asthma. Can we get fingerprints on that? I don't know if we can. Oh, we got another light break. Another light break. Some dots. Dots, dots, dots. Raiju, Yokai, Thay, Yurei. Maybe it wasn't a little bit slow earlier. Even though it kind of sounded like it. Maybe it was just because we had the one really fast ghost. Maybe that's why. Bring EMF. And a spirit box. Ditto speeds can mess with you. Yeah. Can they? Can they, Jojo? Do you have ample experience in that, or where are you? How old are you? Can you speak elderly in spirit box? It's a yokai? Oh, you guys know what has to happen. Some of you may die. But that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. I don't know, guys. You tell me. I think it sounds like JoJo has experience in that. Just got here and JoJo's talking about dildo speeds. I know, right, Ash? Guys, go follow Ash if you haven't.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
We love Ash. Oh, ignore the one that says 0. I have 2 bots going, Ash. The one that says 0 is the new bot, and it hasn't had all the information copied over to it yet. The steps sound like a basketball. Yeah, they kind of do. They kind of do.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Okay, it's a real hunt. Not me hesitating, like, is it real? Is it not? I don't even know. I have trust issues. Don't you dare. Avi, enjoy your Twin Tarts. How are you tonight? It's good to see you. What you been up to, Ash? I miss your face. I miss your face. Have you experienced a dildo yet? Yes, I mean in game. Yeah? You should specify what game, Jojo, because there's other games. Wheel of Fortune Green. I'm doing well, Avi. Was she eating one of my little snack pack things? Hi, Angel Bear. Yeah. That was actually a fool. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Could you give us a sign? I think I need to extend that one a little bit because it doesn't play the full song, but... Alright, yokai in the book. Whee! I used to ghost hunt the house with my 5-year-old stepdaughter. I can handle... I had a candle and told her when I went in... When it went out, a ghost was near. Gave her a squirrel gun with holy water and salt shaker to shake at it. Oh my god, that's so cute. That's so cute, Chris. I bet you made some really good memories. Told her she had to shoot it and it would go away. Oh my god, that is stinking adorable. Stinking adorable. How old is she now? Alright, so now we're at 2 of 2, correct? Luckily, we're still alive. Let's not jinx it, though. I haven't played since, like, the complete character overhaul. Ash! You need to play! It's so good! She's 14 now? That's crazy. I bet she still remembers it, though. It's things like that that you grow up and you still remember, you know? You don't forget those types of things. We have Stephen Bowen. Not a Banshee, not a Diane. Get your guesses in, friendos. Oh, hi, buddy. I see we're eventing right on top of me. I'm gonna go to the next room then. You stay right in there. Oh, we have a mirror. I've got 0 sanity though, so I can't check to see if that's his room or not. We don't have hiding there. sound like he's throwing a lot? Or is that just the same item ricocheting? Her friend she had over was so creeped out by the ghost. She had to hang out with the wife. Oh my god, her poor friend. Traumatized. You think throwing and jiggling? Yeah, I think you might be right. I think it did start in here, possibly. Oh, look, a bone right there. Temps take a while to get cold in here, though. Are those wet footprint? Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. I'm dead. 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 Fuck. I got stuck in the bathroom!
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Wow. You haven't played New Willow yet? Really, Nepo? Nepo, we gotta change that. We gotta change that. Should have shook the salt harder. Oh my god. Did they at least flush? I don't know. I didn't even get a chance to find out, Claw. I was too busy joking. Hi, Leigh. Welcome in. How are you? My death helped you? Wow. Wow, Solvin. Wow. You don't want to be in the bathroom and they didn't flush? That's so valid. Kate Sweeney is our ghost, so all ghosts are an option, guys. I only play Phas with you. Well, we need to do Phas again. Maybe we'll do, start doing the weekly challenges again this week. Because I need to get back on doing the weekly challenge videos. Speaking of videos, guys, we have a YouTube premiere happening tonight. Not on my channel, but I would love if you were there because I am going to be in the video. I'm going to be in the video and it's going to be really, really funny. It's going to be really, really funny. So come hang out for it. Come hang out for it. We'll be in chat. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. Midnight 30. Midnight 30, guys. Shake it like a salt. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it. Oh, oh. Two different songs. But I did it. Why you yawning, Leigh? We got another summoning circle. Leigh's got the eeps. Think we can get a look at the ghost? Not really. Maybe if we stand back a little bit. Why is the rain so loud? Because it just be like that. Alright. Did she start right here? Or was it in the garage, the car bedroom? Thank you for the follow. We do keep them anonymous. Might have been the car bedroom. Hard water rain. Imagine. Oh, we have another mirror. Wait. These are kind of lower over there. Yeah, I think this is our room. I think that'd be our room. Where do we have actual hiding though? Oh, we got the cat hiding, guys. We've got the cat hiding. Hello, Flamingo. Hi, Jinka. Look. Listen. Oh, the safe is open. I don't think the safe's ever been open when I've been in here. What's the significance of the safe being open? Is it to make sure that we know that the cat's not in the safe? I've never seen it open, right? I think maybe they opened it so that way we know the cat's not in the safe. I wonder if they did that so we know that, because remember how I made that comment about like, is the cat in the safe? Is it in the safe? I wonder if they opened it so that way people stop saying that. That's so funny. That's actually so funny. Excuse me, that's my hiding spot. I was visiting the cat. Oh, I don't know. I said it when I was playing by myself, not with Whippy. When I first saw the map. They left the house so quickly. They left their poor cat. I know. I know. Oh, I think I said it before he said it in chat. I don't know. I don't even remember him saying it in chat. I'm gonna be real honest with you. Is the ghost room in here? I just want to blame Whippy. Let me. Why you want to blame Whippy for that? Why was it starting or venting on me in here? I mean, I guess it's a small house. But yeah, I think that's our room. All right. Should I list reasons? Yeah, let me see your list. The house is beautiful and the wall color seems familiar. I love this house. Like, I would legitimately live here. Irk, you want to move in? You want to move into this haunted home with me? Here, rent's really cheap, actually. Water might be contaminated, though. I don't think we can drink the water. She's ringing around the rosy. It's not a shade. Not that I thought it was anyway, but if we had any suspicions otherwise, I want a room. I mean, we got some room. We got some room. I don't see Orbeez. $5.9. Did I bring any? Okay, no. Waluigi, hello. It's Rondo. It's got what plants crave, please. I'll be joined by Sarah. Ooh. I hope you have a good day tomorrow. Go get you some rest. Go get you some rest. Enjoy, enjoy. Enjoy your day tomorrow. Alright, let's see. We got no Orbeez. Norbies. Let's bring another crucifix and a book. I feel bad because I've had to lurk hard on Sarah these past few days because work has just been kicking my behind. It's been rough. It's been rough at work. Oh, I guess I was in here when I ate the crucifix. I was gonna say, when did I eat the crucifix? You were in here, you dum-dum. Ridgeview's gonna be cool, yeah. Ridgeview was the map that I was like, I would live here before. So I feel like I'm gonna love it even more after. You know. I'm really looking forward to it. Where are you? Where are you? Spirit box. Alright. And that's how you get spirit box easily. In case anybody was wondering. Do it right on top of the ghost. No phrasing. We got spirit box. I wonder if we have UV. Bring some salt. From behind, the ghost is dirty. Yes. Naughty ghost. Not surprising. Why are you giving me the sus? Why? Why? I did nothing. This is not even about me, Jojo. Jojo. It's not about me. It's about you. Oh, it turned on the light. Girl! You really like to event. She broke the light. She hasn't written in the book. EMF 5. Welcome in, fool. How are you? How are you, crazy man? One of the quietest streamers on Twitch, only in competition. Competition? Yes, that's a real word. Competition with Dream Warrior. You guys know. You guys know. Guys, if you're not already following the fool, you know what to do. Please take the button that's at the top of your screen right now. Give it a boop-a-doop, tippity tap. Go give fool a sneaky cheeky follow. It is free to do so. Free to do so. Fool, how are you? Welcome in. These doors be loud as hell, man. How are you? It's so good to see you. How was your stream? No UV. No UV. Mabake is not an option. This ghost is not stepping in this salt. Guys, I have suspicions. Many suspicions right now. Udon Engineering, welcome in. Are those just like two things you love? I gotta know. Sectoral Leader Cody, welcome in. Samity Sam, welcome in. Hello, everybody. Taxidermied. I love that. Welcome in. Parrot, welcome in. Experiment 100J. Welcome in. Business Hippie, welcome in. Papa J Sus, welcome in. Fool, of course, welcome in. It's good to see you. Violet Love, welcome in. Crescent Luna, welcome in. Goddess Avietra, welcome in. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. We vibing. We vibing. Fool! This is the first time I've seen this open here. This is the first time I've seen this open here. Were they getting too many comments about the cat being locked in the safe and they decided to open this? I gotta know. I gotta know, because the first thing I commented on when I heard the cat in here was like, please tell me it's not locked in the safe. Please tell me. I feel like they had to have opened it because they got too many comments about the cat being locked in the safe. It's also a reference to spaghetti code as like bad engineer. Okay, listen, I love that. I love that. That's actually really clever. That's actually really clever. Gotta put full at 200% volume. Can confirm. Can't confirm. Exactly. Exactly. You get it. You get it. He is crazy. Listen, we love him. Have you been talking to Dream? You know, I put both of you on side by side and turn you both up to 200% volume so that I can get the best ASMR possible. It's a good night when you're both
It
streaming.
could be
you know?
Emo just resubscribed for 19 months at tier 3. What's
Thank
up,
you so
Theo?
much for the 19 months iPod at tier 3. How are you, lovely? It's so good to see you. Let's go see if this ghost stepped in that dang salt. I bet you it didn't. I bet you it's allergic. How much you guys want to bet?
Welcome back.
We know what this is. We know what this is. We know what this is. And if it's not, well, F me. I'm not surprised they were getting hella shit about it because like you can hear it, but like where is it? Is it in the floors? Is it in the walls? Where's this cat hiding? You know, this thing's gotta be a wraith, right? It's gotta be a wraith. Oh my god. I hope you had an amazing stream though, Fool. If you need to do any post-stream self-care, if anybody who came in with the raid needs to do any post-stream self-care, please go take care of yourselves. It's super important. For anyone who doesn't know me though, I'm Shana. Hi. Hello. Hi.
Welcome back.
I'm a horror streamer, obviously. Phasmophobia is my favorite game. I play a ton of Phasmo, but I also play other games too. I'm an official DVD creator, official Blumhouse creator, and an official Bornless creator. So we just like horror. We like to have a good time. We like to get scared. I do scream from time to time, but mostly because something scared me. Every once in a while, it's at like, you know, somebody in chat, but you just never know. You just never know. Either way, we're just here having a good time. Feel free to relax, you know, lurk, whatever you want to do. Was looking at litter boxes for the cat I don't have. Are you planning on getting a cat iPod? Not late, never late. Just when you're meant to be here. Just when you're meant to be here, Taylor. Welcome in. I noticed that today too, though. All the partners were like, that is so sad for the cat. No, it's true. It's true. Oh my god. It's so funny. It's so funny. I feel like everyone thought that. I'm pretty sure it went through most people's mind. It had to have, right? It had to have. Rach, welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. Also, if you guys, if you want to play bingo, grab yourselves a bingo card. We do giveaways at the beginning of every month based on like our top bingos. So feel free to grab a bingo card if you would like. Zero, welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm so glad they listened. Right, right. iPod, enjoy those Giordano nuggies. Enjoy, enjoy. All right. Let's see. Got a whole box of cats? Wait, what? What do you mean? You're insane. You're insane, Pause. Maybe once I can afford all the fancy litter boxes so I don't have to scoop daily. You know what? That's so valid. That's so valid. You have to be careful with some of those though, because I know that some of them can be like dangerous for the cats and stuff. So make sure you really do your research on which one you're gonna get. Don't ask me, because my mom has the ones that like you actually have to scoop yourself. You know? Oh, you know what? We did die once. Hold on. Because we had the one ghost that was a wraith and stinky. And kind of spawned too close to us. So I didn't update it after that. There we go. So I was looking at them. Fair. There's some $900 ones that have who wants to put a camera inside their cat's litter box so they can watch them shit? That's insane. That's insane. Just get one without a lid. Get like a cheap ass camera, put it in the room, and watch your cat shit if you really need to watch. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. No. No. That's wild. No. No. Mm-mm. That's a waste of money. That's such a waste of money. Mm-mm. No. Too overprotective of my cats to get an automated one. That's so fair. Why am I looking at my book when the board's right here? Thomas is our ghost's name, by the way. Thomas Petiti. So it can't be a Banshee or a Diane. I hope that it's a dildo since his name is Petiti. That'd be great. Oh god. Didn't you loop and live? Did I loop and live? I did a small loop and then the ghost lost me and left me. So technically, I guess, yeah. Why did I want the door to open this way? Don't ask me what that was. Be important to see if they're straining as someone who is a vet tech for a time. But then maybe don't get a covered litter box where you can't see them. Come on. Listen, if I walked into somebody's house and all their freaking cabinets were open like this, I would lose my damn mind. I would lose my damn mind. That's absurd. That's absurd that these doors are now included in doors being open. I think I heard something. Was it over here? Did it change speeds? Was it because I was moving? Shana can't come live with my ADHD ass. What do you mean? We're both ADHD. What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm confused. Also, purple is hot. Pass it on. I see you. Look what I found, Jojo. I started somewhere back here, yeah? Maybe this room? Little. Oh, look at bone! It breathed on me. Breathed on me. It's not an Oni. It's not a Cormosh. I feel like it changed. I feel like I heard it change speeds. Am I crazy? My cabinets always be open. Close them, iPod. Oh, it's definitely fast now. Oh, thank you for closing that door. That was very thoughtful of you. What a thoughtful ghost. So kind and so thoughtful. Shana will try not to die, but if it happens, don't worry, I'll clip it! Wow. Wow. There's no UV. Which would rule out the ghost that I was thinking it was. Is it because wait, is it because of this? No. Maybe, was it just out of range in here? But I didn't have any electronics on. I'm so confused. Oh, it's blow drying its hair. Is the blow dryer battery operated? I thought it was hoovering. I remember I thought it was hoovering the first time I heard that. Oh, Breaker must be in the garage. It's not down here. He's not down here. That was so weird. That was so weird. God, I gotta get used to the new Breaker location still. I'm still not used to it. Okay. Okay, we're hunting. It was definitely fast back there. There's no electronics though, right? Yeah, it can go back and open it. Pause. I'm confused. Is anybody else confused right now? Or is it just me? Jojo, are you confused? Yes, okay. Very okay. Where the hell is this blow dryer? Oh, thank you for turning that on. So get this blow dryer hoover out of here. This thing is too loud to be battery powered. There's no heckin' way. Get out of here. Okay, hold on.
Hi, stranger.
Here are the ground rules. You can punch
It's
me.
been a while.
Hi, Paul. Welcome in.
A-OK-B instead.
Vodka's got
I've missed you.
opinions. Vodka's also confused.
It's
You
okay.
can use
You
fire.
can look at my butt.
Jojo died in a closet recently. Damn. Damn. Honestly, so valid though. Okay. There's only one ghost that should change speeds during a hunt like that. And that's the Raiju. And it should be based on electronics, but there's only one electronic that we brought in. This one wouldn't be it, because it would be fast and then slow near us. This one would change based on the number of items it throws, right? That didn't happen. That one's not it. That one's not it. That one's not it. That one's not it. That one, it's not slow enough. That one's not it. That one's not it. That one's not it. Because it can't change in the middle of a hunt. That one, no. It's not fast enough, first of all. Second of all, it wouldn't change in the middle of a hunt either. Unless you're just near it and it happens to be slowing down. But you'd have to have a really long hunt like on Sunny Meadows. That one, no, it's not. It's too slow. Well, this ghost is too slow. The other ghost, it was too fast. You know what I'm trying to say. Thank you for the follow. We do keep them anonymous. That's normal speed. That's normal speed. That's stinky and normal. And it did turn the light on. Yes, Hillary. Thank you. Thank you. If you want to guess the new ghost, Clay, it's you have to put Mimic for now. But my inkling was to go with Hantu. That was my inkling. But there was no UV. There was no UV. Okay, we're going to double check UV. But it would have to be Raiju. But there was no electronic. Why was it changing speed? I mean, Hantu is UV, yeah? Yeah. I'm like, am I crazy? Am I crazy? I'm crazy, but not because of that. No UV still. Where did I put that thermo that I turned off? Is it back in the garage? In theory, yes, but a Mimic would also have UV. I don't know where I put the thermo. It's fine. We're gonna let it hunt again. I kind of don't want to solve this one with evidence because it's being stinky. I know I'm supposed to be speedrunning this, but I am being stubborn now. I'm being stubborn now. What's new? Hi, my name is Shana and I'm stubborn. But it's not supposed to be the items in the house that cause it to be fast or slow. It's supposed to be our items, unless they've changed that and I just was unaware. Vodka's my dog. I'll show you Vodka. Okay, it's not fast now. Was it the blow dryer? Guys, I'm gonna be so for real. Was it the blow dryer? You mother! Was it the blow dryer? Was it the blow dryer? There's no heckin' way. Hold on, I'm gonna throw an electronic in there. I'm losing my mind. What? Oh, Jinka, I said hi to you.
Ika 1991
Thank you so much, baby
just
hands. Thank you so much.
resubscribed for 38 months at Dear
Because if
One.
it's the blow dryer, then it should also be the iPad. That makes no sense to me. Jinka, look, it's you. Hi, Jinka. Jinka, thank you for the tier 1 for 38 months. How are you, Jinka? Okay, let's come back in here. This is absurd. This is absurd. Now let's listen again. Guys, go follow Jinka if you haven't, by the way. I'll go do those vodka snacks in a second as well. I did almost curse. I did. Won't be the first, won't be the last. Thank you for saying hi to me on Willow. Of course! Who's Jinka? Who's Whippy? Who's Whippy? What do you mean? Vodka! Come get some snackies. Where are you? It's not the electronics. Guys, I'm confused. Hi, honey bunny. Get back. Here's vodka. I'm getting flashbacks. I'm getting... What the hell is this ghost? Alright, I guess we're gonna have to get evidence. Because this ghost is genuinely... Wow. Genuinely not wanting to give us anything. I'm so upset right now. I'm so upset right now. What is going on? What's going on? Alright, let's take some meds. I'm not insane, right? Like, it changed speeds during those first couple hunts. In the middle of the hunt. I didn't have my headlamp on, pause. I turned it on that one hunt and that one hunt only. Do we have dots? Is this a thing? Why was it changing speeds during the hunt? And it wasn't anywhere near me. What? I mean, I guess it could be a dildo, but like, it hadn't thrown enough stuff to suddenly change speeds. Like, it was dramatic, right? Am I crazy? Shana be like, grr. Shana be like confused. It did change speeds? Okay. Oh, I turned on the light. Ghost is afraid of the dark. Can I... Oh, can we not turn this off now? I guess not. Again, yes, but you're right. Please. Please. I couldn't the other day. I hope they changed that, because that music can be quite annoying. Can be quite annoying. Hopefully they change that. Alright, let's see. Where are you? How old are you? Can you speak to me? Can you talk to me? Are you young? Are you old? Are you French? Are you pizza? Are you Lisa? Are you sexy? Are you single? Where are you? How old are you? Hello? Did you throw this camera on the floor? That's kind of so rude. Honestly, disrespectful. Are you grandma? Are you grandpa? Alright, we'll just leave that on there. Put that there. Honestly, disrespectful ghost, truly. Truly. Are you pizza? I wish I was pizza. Wish I had pizza. Mihi, hi cutie. How are you? How are you? I love you. It's not orbs. I'm not sure where I put the thermo. I really am not. EMF 5. It's not a wraith. We're down to... There's no way! There's no way that it suddenly just exploded 30 items and slowed down. There's no heckin' way. There's no heckin' way. Don't even. Don't even at me right now, bro. I cannot with you. I cannot with you. No. It needs to write in the book. I don't believe you. I think it's lying. I think it's lying. There's no way. There's no way. I don't believe it. I am gonna have to go back and watch this part of the VOD because there's no way this ghost threw that many items that all of a sudden it changed speeds during the hunt. Like, boom. What do you believe? What do you believe, Jojo? Jojo, you can't come in here and say something nice when I'm having a crash out. You stop it! Shana's not famous in oh my god. Stop that. I cannot with you guys. I cannot with you guys. We're gonna pull tarot cards. I'm gonna pull a hangman. Bet. Bet. Who wants to predict if I'm gonna pull a hangman or not? Should we? Should we do a prediction? Let me pull it up. Hold on. Oh, hold on. It's slowing itself down with items. Is it really throwing that many items? Is it really throwing that many items? But it just sped back up. Guys, I'm so confused. Don't you say get hurt, Eli. Eli, I'm gonna beat you with a shoe. How about that? It's fixed at the start of the hunt. That's what I thought, but like... It's not a Raiju. It's not a Raiju. Because I put an electronic in there. And it effing did not change speeds at all. During one hunt. We for sure have dots. We for sure have EMF 5. You hear these speeds. What's happening? We just got Noni breathed. It can't slow itself down? Okay. I'd heard that it can, but... if that's confirmed, then I will believe you. Is that real? Okay, that was, in fact, a fool. I'm crashing out over here, Aylin. I'm crashing out. You hear the speeds, right? You hear the speeds. Like, what's happening? the thing is, like, I put dots in that room for one hunt in the beginning when we didn't have any evidence yet, right? And it was slow the entire hunt. There were no speed changes. And I'm just like, what is happening? Is this a broken Raiju or is this a broken dildo? Because it's got to be one or the other, right? Oh, look, there's a little footprint right there. You guys see that? It's almost slowing down too much to be a Raiju, though. Like, it almost gets too slow to be a Raiju. I think. Dilju, imagine. What are you? And then earlier when I was here and I turned my headlamp on, and it just zoomed at me. I don't know. Get your guesses in, guys. You really don't want a broken dildo. Nobody wants a broken dildo, Jojo. Nobody wants a broken dildo. I don't get Raijus a lot, to be honest. Raijus, I feel like when you have a Raiju is typically super obvious. Because when a Raiju is within range of an electronic, it is extremely fast. Like, it is zooming. Its Crocs are in sports mode. The Raiju is texting at 90 miles an hour and it is running. That thing is zooming. It doesn't have shoes on. It's got Heelys and it is going. You know what I mean? Like, it's just going. But only when it's within range of electronics. When it's not within range of electronics, a Raiju, it took its Heelys off. It's wearing slippers. It's kicked back. It's got a book. It's chilling. It's vibing. It's just a normal speed ghost. Unless it's got line of sight of you, or like you're just looping it normally, because it'll speed up at a normal line of sight just like any other ghost. Unless there's electronics. But like, that was a different game. That was a different game, Scully. I just don't know. You're gonna say nobody wants a broken dildo. This is why people can't have me on speaker, Paul. This is why people can't have me on speaker. I don't know. Honestly, like, when it was slow, it almost sounded too slow to be a Raiju, but I think the speeds are just messed up. I'm gonna go check the book one more time. One more time. You're on my TV in my studio. I'm gonna have to answer a lot of questions when I go in the house again. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. So sorry about that. Promise it's all educational. How dare. It did not write in the book. Wait, okay. Where's it eventing? Where are you? 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 You little beach. Yeah, it's not Spirit Box. Okay. Let me out. Okay. Hi, Mr. Purple Bear. How are you? Okay, yeah. We didn't see orbs. We didn't see UV. We didn't see Spirit Box. Or we didn't get Spirit Box. It didn't write in the book. It's broken. We have a broken dildo. Twig. Twig, I think we have a broken dildo. -7s for the broken dildo. It's gotta be either a broken dildo or a broken Raiju. Something's broken here. Something is broken here. Chill, welcome in. It's Avocado. Ava Avocado, welcome in. Guys, go follow Twig. If you don't know Twig, you are missing out on an amazing, gorgeous, fantastic human being, I swear. How are you, Twig? Welcome in. Squirrel's wife, welcome in. Zarandrell, welcome in. Devil Rick, welcome in. Jasmine, welcome in.
It is
Annie
advised you immediately.
and Cheos. I hope I said that right. Welcome in. Excuse me.
Yuatsuya21 gifted 5 tier 1
Rue,
subs
thank
to
you
the
so much for the 5 gifted. You didn't have to do
Congratulations to the
that.
new guys. Enjoy your
Please,
stay
not
at
Twig
Shana's
coming in here
Sunny
with Shana's
Meadows.
hot. No, Twig is hot. Twig is hot. Twig is hot. -7. Yes, -7 for the broken dildo. -7 for the broken dildo. Sass Master, welcome in. Mrs. Pack, welcome in. My goodness, how is everybody? How is everybody? Welcome in, welcome in. You guys are crazy. This is a double raid. Mo, welcome in with your raid too. Oh my god, we love Mo. Hello, hello, hello. Twig, how was your stream? Tell us about us. Tell us about it. Let us know when you're streaming next. I'm crashing out, Twig. I'm crashing out. Mo, I'm crashing out. We're having a full-fledged crash out here. It's fine. Everything is fine. Here to double watch, please, Sullivan.
2018
Please.
just traded with 8 views.
Oh my god. Guys, go follow Mo as well. There's going to be a button for Mo too. Hug it. It's free. We love Mo. Mo is fantastic. You will love it over there too. Please go show some love. Go show some love. Yes, Twig is hot. Pass it on. Twig is hot. Pass it on. Race, welcome in. How are you? Oh, stream was awesome. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Listen, how'd your ghosts behave tonight? Were any of them broken? Because let me tell you what's been happening with this last round. I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna be for real with you. Yes, the dildo is the new ghost. The dildo is the new ghost, Whippy. Let me tell you. Tell me more about this broken dildo. It's tragic, truly. We had a couple hunts, right? The ghost was changing speeds. I was like,
Mo Brass,
maybe it's a Hantu.
2018 just
Seems
resubscribed
a little,
for 4 months.
well, funky.
at
It's
Dear
changing
One.
speeds in
You
different
are the
rooms. We start with the
absolute
breaker
best.
on, so maybe it's
Ghosts,
like
we have a hype train.
just, you know, the right temperature, that it's not, you know, the right speeds for us to be able to fully tell. I don't know. Whatever. Guys, thank you so much for the love. You guys don't have to do all this, seriously.
Race 684
Seriously. Mo, thank you for the
just
4
subscribed
months.
for free with
Thank
Prime.
you thank you for the 4 months. Race, thank you for the Prime for the 4 months as well. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. It's always tragic when one's dildo can't rise to the occasion. It might be a Raiju that can't rise though, but honestly it is tragic when the dildo can't. Aside from the Dildogeist killing me, right? It went through the table? No, on which map? On which map? That's crazy. That's crazy. So like it was changing speeds, and so I was like, hey, oh, maybe it's a, you know, Hantu or something. I pull out my UV because it had shut the door to the room for me. Like, how kind of you? How kind of you? I was in here hiding behind the table. Like, what a gentleman. What a gentleman to shut the door behind you. This bitch had no UV. I'm like, okay, well, no UV. Can't be a Hantu. That's fine. So then I'm like, okay, well, what the heck are you? We're trying to figure it out, trying to narrow it down. I'm like, well, out of all the options we have when we rule out UV, like, Raiju, realistically, is the only one that makes sense, right? Go grab an electronic. This motherfucker decides it's time to turn on the freaking blow dryer that I think is a Hoover. It's like blow drying its hair in the back bedroom, right? You don't even have hair, sir. What are you blow drying? I don't know. I digress. He's back there blow drying away. I had to go get the blow dryer. He's changing speeds all over the place. Willy-nilly, super fast, then slow. Take his blow dryer away. And then suddenly he's just slow everywhere. Just slow everywhere. And I'm like, okay, well, this is weird. Are the items on the map suddenly electronics? So I go grab a dots projector and I put it in the room. Did he change speeds at all? No, he did not. So then I'm like even more confused because I'm like, okay, if it's a Raiju, the dots would make him change speed. Would it not? Well, clearly it didn't. Clearly it didn't. So then I'm like, okay, now I don't know what the hell is going on. Let's maybe just try and get some evidence. So we get some evidence. We get EMF 5. We get dots. Just EMF 5 and dots gives us this. It stepped in the salt. Can't be a wraith. It noni breathed us. It can't be an oni. We had no UV. We had no orbs. I talked to it on the spirit box right on top of it. I would like this ghost to explain itself. Whatever it is, I need it to explain itself. Playing D&D but also listening. I hope D&D's going well, Jade. I love your face. As a bald man, I can answer what he was blow drying. We blow dry our bald heads to keep our hopes and dreams of luscious locks nice and warm. You know what? I love that for you. You gotta keep the thoughts warm in there. You gotta keep the thoughts warm in there. Truly. I love that for you. I love that for you. Also, thank you guys for the follows. Thank you for the hype train. You guys are insane. You guys are insane. I appreciate you. I got duped by a Raiju tonight. I wouldn't be surprised. If this is a Raiju, you guys can take my Phaz badge. I don't... Listen, Phaz is a perfect game. It is as Hillary said, it's a perfect game. No bugs, all features. Take my Phaz badge. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve my nearly 4K hours. I'm thinking we might have a broken dildo. I don't know. I have no other explanation. I have nothing. I deserve nothing. What are you?
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
What are you doing? Get
Listen,
fuck up. I thought
my
you
bots
said you were
are
deadly.
not fully working
Hurry up.
because I'm
We got
between
shit to do.
bots, so I need to pull this video up. I need to pull my Blame Dave video up. Just a moment. Just a moment.
Welcome back.
It's gotta happen. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That's how I feel about this Raiju. All right. They're not right. They're not right, Twig. Something is wrong. What the hell? What the hell? Suddenly they just ignore dots as an electronic, but a fucking blow dryer with the you know, speed of a fucking tornado, even though it's not plugged in. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it, girl. I don't get it. I'm crashing out. I'm crashing out. Don't trust the Raiju right now. Don't trust the Raiju right now. For real. For real. Also, if you're getting the 0 check-ins, that's wrong. It's because I have 2 bots open. The second one that's saying 0 is incorrect. Ugh. I'm glad you had a good stream overall, though. Thank you for bringing your community over. I'm so sorry everybody had to come into me crashing out. But welcome in. Welcome in. Also, Mo and your community, welcome in. So sorry, everybody also had to come in and me crashing out. I appreciate you guys. Eli is very happy about this. He just wants his kid. No! He can't have it. He can't have it, Chill. Disrespectful. Disrespectful. I would have done the same. Listen, we think we know our ghosts. We think we've played this game enough that we know. And when they just outright outplay us, it's so sad. It's so sad. I spent so long in there trying to figure out that damn ghost. Did anybody get it right? I'm guessing. I'm sure somebody did. I'm sure somebody did. They fixed their heartbeat and broke something else? Yeah, I'm thinking. Which the heartbeat, you know, it was never supposed to be a thing, right? But also, Blue, welcome in. Welcome in. Haven't heard that in a while. It's good, right? It's good. It's good. Oh my goodness. We support a necessary crash out. It's gotta happen from time to time. It's gotta happen. And by time to time, I mean, I feel like I crash out at least once a stream, you know? At least once a stream. Alright, we got a Dick Maudsley. It's only right that we have a dildo this time, right? It's only right. Can't have a Banshee or a Diane. Dick Maudsley's gotta be a dildo. That's my guess. Gaslighting ghosts for real though. For real though. Also, I know that you probably need to go get you some food. Or something. But if you, you know, want to come hang back out after, you're always more than welcome. Always more than welcome. But I also want you to do any post-stream self-care that you need to, Twig. Please. If you need to. And same for you, Mo. There's a new feature and you get confused by ghosts again. No, it's so true. It's so true. Anytime there's a new feature, we're all like, huh? And then you get used to the new feature and then it gets fixed. And we're all like, great. Now we gotta get used to it being the way it's actually supposed to be again. You know? So, what can you do? And we're hunting. I think that's in the basement. I love the little salt lamp. I know, me too. Every time I come in, I have to turn it on. I say that with love, Diva. I love that. Pretty sure Twig crashes out more than once a stream. It happens. It happens. You know, we love her for it. She's so real, though. She's so real, though. We love Twig. We love Twig. Seriously, guys, if you don't know Twig, you're why? Also, why? That's my only. Hello, Yui, my old friend. My only qualm with this house is that light switch right there. That light switch right there. Yeah, it's definitely in the basement. I could say the same about you. Thanks, Jojo. Did you see they opened the safe in the closet? Why is it outside the bathroom? Because somebody didn't have siblings, I think. Somebody didn't grow up with siblings, is what I think it is. Because anybody who has had siblings knows that that is a terrible design flaw. Terrible design flaw. So you could mess with your sibling. Exactly, Scully. Exactly. I literally said the same thing. Exactly. I think all of us who've had you know, even just best friends. If you grew up with best friends who... There's no way my ass blew the breaker just now. The ghost must have turned some lights on downstairs, I swear to God. Anyway. What was I saying? Oh. Anybody who grew up with best friends, like, you would do that with your best friend, right? I would. Maybe that's a me thing. Maybe I'm the problem. You know?
Looks like there are others out there in need.
That would have made me cry, because how are you supposed to wipe your ass? Twig. You can't wipe your ass in the dark. I think we need to talk. I think we need to talk if you're not able to wipe your ass in the dark. Why do you need to be able to see to wipe your ass? Why do you need to be able to see to wipe your ass? Like, you should at least be able to, like... Sniff test, not the sniff. No! Dear God, no! Our college dorms are like that, and I played light on. I bet you did. I want my ass clean. It's an important value. Okay, fair. 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 But while it's easier with the light on, it's easier with the light on. Don't tell me that there's a hurricane. There's some kind of emergency. The power goes out. Bitch, you're in the dark in the bathroom. You're not going to be able to wipe your ass? You're not going to be able to wipe, you're not going to be able to feel if your ass is even remotely clean? You gotta check the paper. You ain't done. That paper is clean. Please. I'm gonna turn my phone flashlight. I cannot with you guys. I cannot with you guys. Listen. Oh God, I'm dead. Is this another Raiju? I'm gonna turn on my phone. I have IBS. You don't always. Okay, you know what? That's so valid. That's so valid. Hot girl shit. Hot girl shit. Honestly. What was I stuck on? Did you guys see that? What was I stuck on just then? That's some hot girl shit is what that is. Do I have tarot cards? No. That's a really clompy ghost. I think they're all clompy because of the wood floors on this map. I think the wood floors automatic. Please don't come in here. Just stay out there. You're fine out there. I saw breath. Did you guys see the breath? I think I saw breath. Is the breaker off? It is, bitch! Yes! Okay, this one's easy. You bought a bidet today? Dude, bidets, listen. Anybody who has not tried a bidet, you are missing out. Missing out. Check by taste. Ryu, no! Ryu, no! Ryu, no! Ryu. That's tragic. That's tragic. Oh. Oh my god.
Welcome back. I've prepared some
I'm
jobs
not
for you.
saying that my arms lose function in the dark or anything, but I'd like to see the paper to be sure. That's valid. That's valid. Oh, he wore his demonias today. Oh my god. Ghost says, surprise, Shana. No, it does. That's what happened earlier with the freaking wraith. It clapped my cheeks. Clapped them real good. Alright. We're getting there, guys. Slowly but surely. Slowly but surely, we are getting there. Listen, my DVD obsession has been holding me back from my badges. I won't say it's a problem. But you can. But you can. What does that put us at? That puts us at... Let's see. That can't be right. That can't be right. Did I not circle the ghost? There's no way that's wrong. That's right. Because we started at 15 today. We started at 15.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating.
The ghost stank breath. Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did.
But be careful. We don't know what it's capable of.
Oh my gosh. 3, please.
Welcome back.
No, no, no. Your weird ass community blends just fine with my weird ass community. It's perfect. Perfect. Harmonious marriage. The sun, by the way. The ghost is trapped. Or not the ghost trapped. You have all your sanity back. Why did I say the ghost is trapped? Where's my brain? I don't know. I probably need more caffeine. I'm going to be really honest with you. Going to be really honest with you. You have all your sanity, which we know is a lie. We know that's a lie. I'm saying nothing about what? About the bidet or about the community? Or about both? I want to try bidet, but I'm afraid I'll mess up the install. You know, the install, I don't know, honestly. I don't know if the install is difficult or not. Sounds windy as hell outside. Lisa Anderson. Ooh, I hope we get actually Lisa. I hope we actually get Lisa. All the ghosts are an option for ghost guessing right now. Me, sanity? Yeah, no, we all know better. We all know better, Scully. Is that in the kitchen here? Well, yep, there's my answer. Where are you ringing around the rosy? You're invisible. Okay, cool. We love an invisible ring around the rosy. You know, I haven't had actual shower hiding a single round. Not a single round. It'll be there Friday. You're excited? I'm excited for you, Bad.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
I'm just gonna wait for her to hunt, because I feel like it's gonna be quick. It's gonna be quick. Oh, DBD? Yeah. It was a very long game, yeah, but we've gotten 4, correct? That should put us at, oh, because it's always behind on the board, yeah. Brain left with the broken Raiju, honestly, so valid. Oh, not the growing baby! You get out of here. You go away. Don't you come in my shower either. Pretty sure she started in this room. Yeah, that's unfortunate. So unfortunate for me. Stinky. All right. Well, I hate the crawling ones. Hi, Jordy. How are you today? I'm not sorry about being a weird ass. Listen. My weird asses welcome your weird ass. We're happy to have you here. Is that why I enjoy your community so much? I'm weird too? Exactly. Exactly. That's why everybody fit in perfectly. Let's just drop that. Let's get our crucie down. And then let's place our book. And then we can look for Orbeez. Crucie should cover the majority of the room. Maybe not the entire thing, but you know, if we die, we die. It is what it is. Oh look, Noni breath. Not an Oni, not a Chloromosh. Right? If you need to change your guess, change your guess. Beacon in the sky calling to the weirdos apparently. Big ass sign on both of our foreheads. No Orbeez. No thank you. Oh goodness gracious. Enjoy that Deogen smoothie, Jordy. Alright, what should we bring next? Dots, maybe. And a Spirit Box. They fixed the board with Tangle and Willow is correct for me unless it broke again. Wait, it wasn't correct for you before? Okay. See where doors. My god! This ghost is aggressive with the doors. Thank you for catching that Pokemon for me. Where are you? How old are you? Can you speak to me? Can you talk to me? Are you young? Are you old? Are you French? Are you pizza? Are you Lisa? Are you sexy? Are you single? Where are you? Are you grandma? Are you grandpa? I know what it is. Wait, maybe not? Yeah? What were you thinking before? We'll leave that there. I walked in to get my pie for lunch. I did in fact have to answer questions about the dildo ghost. Did you actually? I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. But also like kinda not at the same time, you know? kinda sorry, kinda not. Also reminder, congrats on the bingo. If you guys are not playing bingo and you would like to, grab yourselves a bingo card. There's always YouTube University to see how to install it. True. That's true. Very true. Oh my gosh. Okay. We could grab some salts. This ghost's not giving us hardly anything as far as evidence goes, but you know what? We're gonna keep trying. Gonna keep trying. Oh, it wrote while we were gone. Ow, that was hot. Okay, so we have writing. It's not gonna be a shade though, because she ring around the rosied for us, right? EMF 3, EMF 2. Oh, why'd you throw the camera? No. Let's double check. I don't trust UV all the time. I feel like I've had it be broken so many times lately. I don't know about anybody else. I just want to double check. Lots of EMFs here. Yeah, I know people who struggle with doors too. I won't call them out by name. Did I throw that on the ground or did the ghost? You know, questionable. Questionable at this point. Anywho, my God, can you calm down? Probably the ghost, probably. The ghost is so aggressive with the doors. I don't have an incense. I should probably get that. I should probably get that. Yes, they have been extra frisky with the video cameras. You're so right. They have. Okay. So, a swan, dildo, demonio, dio, mare, moroi, myling, avambo, polti, revenant, spirit, stay. Although we have no orbs, no UV, probably no spirit box, but we can always double check if it events on us again. We'll double check temps in a moment. Should I bring another dots in? Ghost has 2-step verification just to interact with doors now. It forgets its password constantly too, I think. It's like, shit. I don't know. Oh man, I entered it wrong again. I'm gonna yeet those cameras now. They are, Mo. Alright. Let's stop the dots from moving. Let me put another one here. There's a noni breath. Again. Unfortunately, that doesn't teleport the we have freezing! Victimized. A swan. You're not a Morvoy. There's no way, because we started at 0. Okay, where's our official hiding? It's gotta be. It's gotta be. Look at it, it's open. Long hallways, a death trap. Oh, it truly is. It truly is. Oh, is that the bone? Yeah. At least they opened the safe, so now we know the cat is not trapped in the safe. Yeah, the safe is open now. I noticed that today. I think it's because so many people thought the cat was trapped there. And they're like, it's not in the safe, we swear. Child. Think the child wants its hair blow dried? I assumed it was the my first thought was the safe. I don't know what that says about me, but I didn't realize we still had a cruci burn, so I did too, but a lot thought safe. I need to put this down before I drive people crazy. Come on, ghost. Hunt me. Do something. I dare you. She said, bet. Now come here. Come on. I know you can hunt from right there. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Do it! Give it a cool do. I mean, she's got like, what, 3 hairs on the top of her head? I squeaked the bone toy in Tanglewood all through a hunt and survived. It would be wild if the items on the map actually attracted the ghost in some way. That would be absolutely insane, honestly. Small World found your stream through a Discord server that we're in and noticed that you are a mutual friend with my wife. Really? Really, Mold? Who's your wife? Just out of curiosity. And what Discord server? Is this ghost gonna hunt? Like ever? Twig yelled at me for calling this ghost model Leukemia Lucy. Oh my god. I call it the onion head, baby. It's a little onion head. It's a little onion head. Jeffrey's a mod here. Yeah. We love Jeffrey. Oh, Uvu. Wait, Uvu's... I love Uvu. Uvu is on my team, Nightmare Network. You're just gonna event all in my face, but you're not gonna hunt me? Hunt me, you little crack child. Come on, onion head. Do something! Lord have mercy. Also, I love you, zombies. Hi. Turned off the gin, it's not a breaker. I don't know, I think it might be a breaker. Oh my god, I thought for a second, guys, I'm not gonna lie, I panicked. I panicked. I inked. I thought I was dead. I was like, something's wrong, and it's not actually an swung. I panicked. Because the way it rounded that corner, ah! That's why it's slow. Yeah. Which I thought it was slow a little bit on the first hunt, but then I was like, am I just losing my mind because I think my speeds are off. We had a dildo on the first hunt, and I think it threw me off. Oh my god. Okay, wait, we gotta have another hunt.
Looks like there are others out there in need.
Where's my... I wish to see the ghost. Bitch. I love you, Zombo. That is terrifying. That is terrifying. The way she rounds the corner right there. If I was any further forward, I think she would actually kill me. Like, I don't think you can stand here. I think you actually have to be back deep in the deep depths of this closet. Yeah, too close for comfort for sure. Definitely in a swamp. Holy sheesh. That's scary. My goodness. But yes, you can definitely hide there. Alright, I have it in my book. Wow. Kitty. Meow. That's why I don't like these hiding spots. Honestly fair. How are you, Jumbo? How are you today?
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
My goodness. GG's. Look at all those right guesses, too. You guys did great. You guys did great. Great job. Great job.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before
I didn't realize we had ads going. You know what? We're gonna
New intel.
spend the last 30 seconds of ads on our drop scene. If you guys want to exclamation drop push favorite emote before we get into the round. Before we get into it, we'll do a little words. We'll run a little words. Maybe somebody in the land. That was crazy. That was insane, you guys. That was insane. Also, thank you guys for hitting the goal and everything for today. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for all the love. You guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. Big shout out again to our raiders today. Fantastic humans right there, who you should all be following. Alright. Go get some sleep, Chill. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you for hanging out with us. I hope you have a good night and some good rest. I wonder if we're gonna get another one of the new ghosts. I think the new ghost is so cool. Every time they come out with a new ghost, though, I feel like I feel that way. I feel like I feel that way. I don't know. They haven't come out with a dud yet. At least in my opinion. Had a second interview for a new job I applied for, and now I just gotta wait for them to message me back when training starts. Let's go, Zombo! I'm so happy for you. Congratulations! Congratulations! Do you have any idea when you might hear back? What's in a swang? Or an aswang? Listen, it's a swang. A swang. I had my hand in the wrong place on my keyboard. Probably the next week or so. I'm so happy for you. GG's on words, guys. GG's on words. I feel like ads should be over, yeah. Cool, cool. Cool, cool. And also, I see Mihi in that pot. Very nice. Very good. All right. Who here is still working on their badge, by the way? Our ghost name is Katiana. Can we try for a ghost photo? Sure. Can try. I can try. You know what I haven't had in freaking forever, though? A blood moon. Scully, can you manifest a blood moon for me? Did I hear the treadmill get turned on? Is the ghost working out? Get it, girl. Get it, Diva. Let's go. You work out. You work that treadmill. You work that treadmill. Let's go. Let's go. That's our girl. That's our ghost. That's our ghost right there. Get them gains for sure. For sure. Grace, thank you for the lurk. I love you guys. Make sure you're following Grace if you've not already. Grace is one of our leaders on Nightmare Network, and we love Grace. You're still working on it, Vad? Monday to Friday, midday, won't interfere with your social security monies? Yes, let's go! Okay, I can walk through it. Well, it's a little worried there that we might have a problem. I can't flip the light switch though, which is a little unfortunate, but you know. At least I can walk through the door. I can't complain too much, right? At least I can walk through the door. We love a ghostie who wants to get some gains, right? Cammy! Hi! How are you? Guys, if you don't know, and you're not I don't want to talk about what just happened. Couldn't pick up my smudge stick fast enough. It's fine. As I was saying,
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
you know what? You would be. You would be. If you don't know and you're not following my friend Cammy, please take a moment and go give him a sneaky cheeky follow. We love Cammy. We love Cammy. Cammy is a wonderful bean. Wonderful bean. He plays a lot of different horror games. And he is also a P100 nurse and artist main. And is just very, very talented. Why do you gotta clip my deaths? Why do you gotta clip all of them? Why, JoJo? Why? Having up and down mentally last week, hanging in there and vibing tonight. Oh, I'm sorry, Cammy. Cammy, you know if you need anything, you've got my DMs, so. You've got my DMs, friend. I'm always happy to chat. All right, we will try for the photo on the next one. Spilly. Andrew Hill is our ghost. It's not a Banshee, not a Diane, right? Not a Banshee, not a Diane, friendos. Go ahead and rule those out. I die so many times when I play with you, so I gotta have some fun. Like, I don't die, JoJo. JoJo acts like he's the only one dying out here. What is that? What is that? Absolutely ridiculous. That's what that is. Abs, hello. How are you, love? It's so good to see you. Ooh. Can we get a shout out for Abs, please? It's so good to see you. Guys, if you don't know Abs, please go check Abs out. Abs is fantastic. She plays mainly Dead by Daylight, and you guys will love the heckin' vibes over there. Love the heckin' vibes over there. It's good to see you. I know. I've mainly lurked in your streams. Listen, I won't lie to you. I am a chronic lurker. I'm really bad about actually chatting in anybody's streams. But it's so good to see you. I'm doing well. We've had some really good ghosts tonight. We've had a couple of ornery ones though too. I'm trying to get the new badge that came out. Specifically for this map. I don't know, Abs, if you've ever played Phasmo or how much you've played Phasmo, because I know that you play a lot of DBD and you're really good at it. This ghost is so throwy. Oh, he naked too. His booty cheeks are out for everybody to see. Oh, he's he's showing his cheeks everywhere. But I love Phasmo. DVD, ew. Yeah, Cammy hates DVD. Don't let him lie to you. Don't let him lie to you. I'm kidding, of course. Cammy is also very good at DVD. Also very good. Oh, his spine. That's a big old boner right there. Big ol' boner. Where's our ghost spawning at? Is it in the bathroom? Do we have a potty ghost? Guys, I think we have a potty ghost. We might have a potty ghost. Oh, and we have UV. Okay. I started out as a Phas streamer and used to be— What? Really? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. That's so cool. That's so cool. Have you played since they've done all like the big updates and stuff at all? Like even if it's not on stream? Spine really take me back? What do you mean? What do you mean, you goober? Okay, we'll take the video camera, we'll take a crucifix, we'll take another incense, and we'll go for a photo camera here shortly. Car, welcome in. Potty ghost is me when I go to pee in the middle of the night and leave the lights off. Please. Please. Cammy, if you were any type of ghost from Phas, if you know anything about them, do you know what kind of ghost you would be?
Car underscore 313 just traded with 12 viewers.
This is— okay, I know what the ghost is, and this is exactly what I was suspecting. Exactly what I was suspecting. I'm so happy. Okay. Okay. It just turned the light on. It's not a mare, which we already know. I'm gonna take some sanity. I know we're speed running, but we gotta. Car, welcome in. Guys, if you're not already following Car, please hug the button at the top of your screen. Go show Car some love. It's free to do so. Free. Free, 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 free. Go show Car some love. That would be 30, 60, 90. I hate that sound, by the way, of the tier 3, but it is what it is. Car, how are you today? Ash, welcome in. Can we also get a shout out for Ash, please? At one point, I used to APOC 3 streak. APOC 3 streaks, I love that. Haven't played since the Willow rework. Listen, I love what they did with Willow, and the new Ghost is so fun. It's so fun. And they've fixed so many of the bugs that were causing the game to just kind of in some ways not be playable, especially in multiplayer. That's kind of where the big issues were, at least for me, was if you were trying to do multiplayer. Car, thank you for the biddies, by the way. You're so sweet. A shade because I'm shy. You know what? I could see that for you. I could see that for you. But I think they've just done such a good job. They've done such a good job. If you ever wanted to play, you let me know. You let me know, Abs. I would be happy to play with you. I would be happy. Okay, we're gonna fill this room with some items. See if we can maybe get a bathroom explosion. That sounds not the way that I wanted it to. Yeah. Nobody. Yeah. Jojo, just don't. Jojo. Jojo, just don't. Oni was always my fave ghost because it would do the red light interaction a ton. I love the red light event. I love the red light event. It's such a fun interaction. I love a Pulte explosion though too. The toothbrush is in the cabinet. That's nice. It turned the light off. Still a terrible light switch location. It threw the chancla. And the toilet paper. Okay, I was gonna say, can we look at the toilet paper out of the tub once it's in there? Oh my god, maybe it'll give it a poop bath. Wait. I haven't had the poopy bath yet. Oh, oh. Wait, where's that photo camera? Oh, dang it. I haven't had a poopy bath yet. Hi, Hattie. How are you, beautiful? Guys, another fantastic... Oh, my God. Everybody's coming in here who's amazing tonight. Come here. Dang it. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and get that burn crucifix photo out of the way. Guys, if you don't know Hattie is another fantastic streamer. She plays over a variety of different things, and she's got a heckin' cute VTuber. Heckin' cute VTuber. I love it. I love her VTuber. Do I have an item in my hand? Oh, I did. You guys will love Hattie. You guys will love Hattie. Go follow her. Reminds me of the poop wife. Wait, what is the poop wife Reddit story? I don't know this story. Give me the I can fit in Twitch chat version of this. I don't know what this is. Wait, should I put it all in the bathtub? I think I should put it all in the bathtub. I just spent all that time taking the items out of the bathtub just to put them back in the bathtub. Okay, nobody judge me. We're not going to talk about it, okay? Are you finding the ghost footsteps are generally quiet on this map? I haven't felt that way. I feel like they have a very specific sound on this map, though. Especially with the hard floors up here more than anything. I did have, Hattie, the weirdest Raiju I've ever had in my life earlier. I'm pretty sure it was broken to all... I got the ghost photo. Broken to all hell and back because this thing legitimately wouldn't respond to my dots as an electronic at one point. But I'm pretty sure it was responding to the blow dryer in the bedroom as an electronic. And at another point, like in the very beginning of the game, there were no electronics, but it was changing speeds. Which is why I got suspicious of the dots, or not the dots, the blow dryer, when it started playing with the blow dryer. It was the weirdest thing. It was the weirdest thing. I wasn't done with you. So, like, I don't know. I don't know. I think I'd be a yokai because I'm in my own world. I love that. I love that. That's actually really cute. That's actually really cute. I want to keep filling the tub. Explode when I'm ready. Just the poop wife is a man finds his wife has been pooping in the tub and she wants to experiment with him. What? Cammy, that's crazy. Is this a real story? Like, this is somebody's real life story they put on Reddit? It can't be. It can't be. Yeah, it says Shadow Ghost. His hips don't lie, you know what I mean? "10 years old," and he goes into a very long description of how, I'm not reading that out loud, but that's absolutely insane. Oh my god, of course you hunt from the other... I'm not even playing with you right now. I'm not even playing with you right now. Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now? You get out of here. Don't you chase me. He's probably the one with the poop wife. I'm tired of you. I'm tired of you! That's crazy. Not me, he just being like, Nike. Nike.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
I'm being edged by failed ghost photo. Wow, Jojo. Wow, Jojo.
New donation from Car313.
Car! Thank you for the dono for vodka. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. You're too kind. You're too kind. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I will definitely keep you guys posted on everything with her surgery. Do not worry. Do not worry. Car, thank you so much. You're amazing. I'll put your name up there. I'll put it up there. Thank you, Car. What a stinky poltergeist. What a stinky poltergeist. Thank you, Car. Thank you, thank you. 6 out of 9. Two 9. That's my birthday. She is. I love her so much. Oh, you're playing Shift at Midnight? My friend and community member Rob gifted me that game the other day. I'm gonna have to play it. I'm excited. Are you enjoying it?
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
He likes things that are naked. You know what? It's so valid. And naked is too a word. True. I'll try and do more photos for you, Jojo. So maybe I'll fail one, but I'm not going to fail it on purpose. Elizabeth Alexander is our ghost for ghost guessing. Gonna finish it on Friday. Made it through night 10 out of 13. So 3 more nights. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, that's one that I've been looking forward to, so I'm glad to hear good things about it. Does saying the ghost name still make them angry? No. No, it doesn't. There's not anything in particular that, like, except for certain ghost types, makes the ghost angry necessarily. There's with the Galu specifically, if you use your incense and actually hit the ghost with it, or if it eats a crucifix, or if it steps through salt, depending on which phase it was in prior, it could make the ghost angry, in theory, right? But other than that, no. Other friend had to go, so we're waiting till Friday to finish it. Oh, okay. Wait, can you play it multiplayer? She's hunting. Did it start in the basement that time? Oh, we got a shower. Guys, I know what this is. Notice? Makes you think of no, I'm not a human. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Ah, 3 players is nice. Okay, okay. One more hunt. I'm pretty sure we know what this is, though. I don't think we even need evidence. Yep. Alright, that was a real quick one. That, my friends, is our dancing ghost. She's our Diane. Our Diane. Poop wife would hate his shower. You know what? That's so valid. That's so valid, Cammy. What do I agree with you on, True? What are you saying I agree with you on? I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's true. I'm not sure that's true. Child wanted you? It did. Good night. How you doing? Good night, sleep well, pause. It was good to see you. It was good to see you.
Job's ready for you.
Sweet dreams, sweet dreams. Wow. I swear, sometimes I worry about my brain. I worry about my brain. I'm like, what phrasing are we even trying to go for there? What were we even going for there? Because I don't know.
Take a look. You may be able to use it to your advantage.
Alright. Very nice. GG's on all the bingos, guys. GG's on all the bingos. I worry as well. You know what? Honestly, so valid. Honestly, so valid, Jojo. How you doing, Persephone? It's good to see you. Can we get Persephone a little shouty? All right. I feel like we're flying through these correct ones when I'm not deciding to goof off with the ghost. You know what I mean? Sometimes I just can't help it, you know? I just want to goof with the ghost. It's not an Oni, not a Kormosh. I haven't had the Kormosh since they're supposed to be fixed, unfortunately. Not a gen. It turned our breaker off. She might have, yeah. She might have. Oh, there's our bone. Nothing out of place in here so far. It's okay, Jojo. It's okay. I'd rather never get a Kormosh again. Listen, they're supposed to be like fixed now, right? I love this picture. Good Lord. Children, am I right? Am I right? Hi, Tinka. Had a dildo spawn on top of me. In a completely different floor than his room and immediately break my neck. Oh my god, did you have a 0-second grace period? Did you have a 0-second grace period? That's crazy. He was a bathroom ghost and I was in the basement and he took my life. I don't don't know. I mean, technically they're kind of close, so I guess maybe it could have wandered. Maybe? I don't know actually where our ghost room is here. I know it evented out here, but... I'm not sure where the actual... Of course you're freaking crawling. You little bitch. I have white hair now. He took everything. Persephone. No. No. You poor thing. Poor Persephone. Poor Persephone. She'll never get it back. Never. My first ghost of the day was a demon, not a demonio. Do you have your demon achievement though? That's the front room. As is tradition with my luck. That's so fair. On a scale of 1 to yes, should I make midnight waffles? Only if I'm invited over for waffles, Cammy. That's the stipulation. I don't know what to tell you. I'll make you waffles. Deal. Then yes. Alright, let's drop our crucifix and then we'll look for Orbeez. Guys, I'm seeing Norbeez. Norbeez? Norbeez? Unfortunate. Best part of a demon though is you usually know it's a demon super early. Yeah. Unless it's a lazy demon. Which, I feel like I get lazy demons far too often. I get the demons that are like, but it's a holiday. But it's a little too warm outside. But it's like my off hours, you know? Which, I mean, valid. Can relate. But like, I'm trying to ghost hunt here, bro. 2,000 subs and Shana will flush a bucket of Orbeez down the toilet. Wait, what would happen if I did that? Where are you? How old are you? Can you speak to me? It's not picking up my voice. Where are you? How old are you? Can you speak to me? Can you talk to me? Are you young? Are you old? Are you French? Are you pizza? Are you Lisa? Are you sexy? Are you single? Where are you? How old are you? Hello? Are you grandma? Are you grandpa? It would clog the pipes and probably the city pipes, and you could get sued. Someone did it in their bathtub and they got sued by the town they live in. Wait, really? That's insane. We got freezing. There's a video of a guy where a guy flushed Orbeez down the toilet. They started coming out of his shower drain and sink. That's crazy. Ruined the pipes in his neighborhood. That's wild. That's wild. Why would you post a video as evidence of that is my question. Like, I'm gonna be so for real. If I ever did some like crazy ass shit like that, you think my ass is gonna post a video of it? On what planet? On what planet? I am not selling myself out with a video being like, ha ha, look at me doing this thing that's definitely going to get me in trouble. No. Now, when the police come knocking at my door and say, did you do this? Am I going to admit to it? Yes, I am. But I'm not gonna post the video selling myself out immediately. No way. Because it's funny. Oh my god. You remember that? That's wild. People do some wild things that, like, it wrote in the book while we were gone. And we have EMF 5. It's a Sade! Should I go see if we have Orbeez? Or not Orbeez, Tarot? Bry coming through with a 340 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There is a naked Bry in this chat. A naked Bry. The cops come knock on my door, ask me if I did it. I'll put the video up and be like, hee hee. Y'all want to see something funny? That's when Cammy posts the video. That's when Cammy posts the video. When the cops come knocking on the door. That's when Cammy's like, hee hee, yeah, it was me. And we have Ouija board. And no tarot. I mean, honestly, fair. How many pickles can you fit up your butt? Oh wait, I have no sanity. Goodbye. Goodbye. What was I thinking there? I wasn't. That's insane, Bri. 340. That is, I think, the biggest streak that I've seen. Biggest streak I've seen. Yeah, that's... I don't know. I wouldn't. The thing is, I would lie for a friend.
Job's ready for you.
No problem. No problem. You need me to lie for you? I got you. I will protect a friend to the end of the fucking earth if I need to. I need to lie for myself? No, I just admit to it. I'll admit to it. No problem. I have a track record of doing that. I have a track record of selling myself out right away. A friend? Mm-mm. Myself? I will sell myself out right away.
Alright, we're here.
Making waffles, here we go. Okay, I'm coming over. Coming over, Cammy. You lie to me often? Whippy, when have I lied to you? When have I lied to you? This ghost is Maria. Maria. I can't wait to be done with this so that way we can do challenges again, guys. I can't wait to get back to doing like the crazy shit. That's where I thrive. Danger. Lisa, my girl, how are you? Did you hear me saying I thrive in danger? Is that why you were throwing it back for me? You were like, ooh, danger? Yes, queen. Not a noni, not a kormosh. You know what? Let's just go grab a photo camera. Right now, yeah? What did I lie about right now, Whippy? Please tell the class. Please tell the class. Go ahead. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. I'm ready. I'm waiting. You're all waiting. Don't ask, Bish. Not a yokai. I'm still working through it. Yeah? Yeah? Is that right? He's still making it up, is what I'm hearing, you guys. I don't know if you heard that, but that's what I heard. Not sure if it's in the hallway or in the kitchen, so. Oh, was that in the bathroom? Is that another potty ghost? No. My God. She turned the light on. She's not a mare. Let's check for fingies. Phalange check. Oh shit, it's out here. UV! We have phalanges. It's a little off, but phalanges. I see
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
my nemesis. Ah, not my arch nemesis. You know? That checks out. That checks out. Okay. You know, that's fair. Target the tough. During Disability Pride Month, Myling. Wow. I see you. I see you. I would say heard, but not. Carla is our next ghost. You're bad? What do you mean? Did I not grab the key? Nobody saw that. Nope. Mods deserve a break too. Yes, they do. Can we get a exclamation point mod love, please? Ghost is hot, pass it on. Ghost is hot, pass it on. Ghost, I miss you. How are you? How are you, beautiful? Guys, go follow Ghost if you have not. Not Mod Stink, Mod Love. Beep. I need to fix that one so it comes from me. Because apparently Perky's only got give or need heal, not give heal. We gotta fix that. So wait, Mod Love needs to come from me. Cinderfly as me. Continue needs to come as me. What's the ghost doing over here? You beat APOC. What? Let's go! Congratulations, Onika. Congratulations. I'm so happy for you. That's amazing. What ghost did you get? What ghost did you get? Please share, please share, please share. That's so exciting. Okay. That and word should be fixed now, Jojo, by the way. They should both be fixed. You beat APOC 0 once? Yeah? Is that gold? Is that what you call APOC 3, Flippy? Yeah? He's smelling you. He truly is. Give me a good little... He needs to go back to his room. Do we think he's starting in the bedroom on the left? Had a lawful stupid cleric that's keeping the party from killing the obviously evil pirate slaver captain because he made a deal with us. I mean, how evil are we talking? Because you guys did make a deal. You guys did make a deal. You don't want to be those people, right? Go back on your deal. Okay, yeah, it's definitely in here. Are we talking Shana evil? I'm not evil. What do you mean, Shana evil? I've not learned anything interesting about this ghost. I'm gonna be real with you guys. As amateur, yeah. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you, Whippy. How are you liking Willow? I love it, Ghost. I love it. I love the changes that they made to Willow, except for the light switch outside of the bathroom. I feel like that was a interesting design choice. And I love the new Ghost. I think it's really cool. I think it's really cool. Have you gotten to play it all? Trying to burn the city down while we were leaving, but like, why did he try to burn the city down? What were his motivations? You know? I have piles of corpses too, Jojo. Would you like to start a debate club with me? Because I'll win. I'll let you know. I'll have you know. These Zombo dance and dance and dance and dance and you have considerably less when you have sacrifices to use. What does that even mean? What does that even mean, Jojo? Are you trying to say I sacrifice people? Because you know I don't. You know that's a lie. You know I would never. No. I die for my friends all the time. I die for my friends all the time. Why are you spreading lies? Why are you spreading lies? It's complicated. Okay. I'll remember this, Jojo. Ads in one? Okay. Next time I go to the van, probably? Shana would never sacrifice me, especially because I put a little extra cinnamon sugar on her waffles. Exactly, Cammie. Thank you. Thank you, Cammie. Also, I think we had Orbeez. You're right, Cammie. I would never sacrifice you. You would never spread lies and tomfoolery about me. You know who would, though? Jojo. I can't control whether my friends know how to hide properly or not. That's not on me. How you doing, Amanda? Welcome in. Guess what I did this morning? What'd you do? What'd you do? !! drop push favorite emote if you'd like while we're in ads. It's a corpse party and everyone's invited. Please, Jade. Finally got my gold apocalypse trophy. Let's go, Amanda. That's amazing. I'm so proud of you. Congratulations. Big congratulations. That's fantastic. I can hide properly, but if non-host lag or ghosts come into hiding for no reason, gets me killed. If ghosts come into the hiding, that's not your fault or my fault or anybody's fault, though. Kinsey Tron, how are you, love? It's so good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you have been doing well. I hope you've been doing well. Welcome in. Can we get a little shouty for Kinsey Tron? Do we need to blame Scully here? We might. How you doing, Squirrel's wife? I hope your evening is going well. Been trying for a month to get it. I was so happy. I'm so happy for you. Listen, that's two big apocalypse news that we've had for people today. I'm so happy for you guys. I'm so happy for you guys. You guys are heckin' killing it out here. Heckin' killing it out here. Blaming Shana for his skill issues again. I know, right, Zombo? Thank you. Thank you, Zombo. Glad somebody's got my back. The nerve, am I right? Ooh, nice. I'm so bad at words on stream, you guys. Zombie wins at final number 4. You get the hermit. The ghost is trapped. And you're safe. I have many skill issues. Some are wrist, thumb, and finger issues that screw me when looping. Also, I'm mostly lacking in Phasmo skills. Oh, no, you're not. You've got good Phasmo skills, Jojo. Hi, honey bunny. Hi, honey bunny. You're a good girl. Yeah, you're a good girl. I know. I know. Do you need something? You know what? You're right. We did hit another 10 subs. Should we go get you a pup cup? Do you want a pup cup? Should we go get her a pup cup? I think we should. You know what? You guys do another round of words. I'm going to go get her a pup cup. I'll be right back. We gotta knock out these words. Just a minute. You're a good girl. Oh no. One L, yeah. Oh, there's only one in too. No. I don't know. Vodka, come back. I know you waited a minute. I'm sorry. It was a good try, guys. It was a good try. Look at that pretty girl. She's been waiting. She said, I've been waiting so long. So long. There she is. I know. The best girl. Hydration station. Choo choo. Everybody please hydrate with me. Hi Cheese, how you doing today? Getting her spoils. Yeah, Kinsey. Our best girl. All right, time to get back inside, yeah? Thank you so much, Redneck. How are you? How are you doing today? I think she turned our breaker off. Our stinky ghost. Oh, she's venting. Oh no, I didn't bring a photo camera. Where are you? How old are you? Can you speak to me? Can you talk to me? Where are you? How old are you? Where are you? How old are you? Can you speak to me? Can you talk to me? Are you young? Are you old? Are you French? Are you pizza? Are you Lisa? How old are you? Are you young? Are you grandma? Are you grandpa? I already know your grandma. Alright. Okay. Singing event. I'm doing well today. Was that dots? Was that dots that just went straight through me? Okay, she is venting all over the place. She is very active. I think she dots through me. Possibly. Yep. Okay. I mean, if that was dots, then it's definitely not a mimic. So you might want to change your guess, friendo. I'll bring in another crucifix. And let's bring in assault. Should have left my ensign so I could grab a photo camera, but how's your evening going, redneck? Get those ghost guesses, friendos. Oh, she nommed that cruci. I'm gonna go grab another photo camera. Or a photo camera. Not another one. It'll be my first one. I know what I'm saying. Sometimes I swear. Oh, mountains are so pretty. I miss living where I could see mountains. I don't even mind. Won't even mind. Alright. Let's see. I think she just ate our crucifix again. She still hasn't written. It's not freezing. Did we have Orbeez? I think we did. Yeah, we did. Orbeez. Banshee, Raiju, Thay, Yokai, or Yurei. Oh, she's stepping. Let me see them feet. 1-2 step. She turned the light on for us. 1-2 step. Rock, stop. Everybody get on the floor. Let me see your 1-2 step. I love it when you're 1-2 step. Just get this out of here. You started behind us? You stinker McStinkerson. You trying to throw me off? My goodness. Alright, we have a Banchois, guys. I was trying to see if I could maybe get a Dots photo, but... She hunted behind us like a stinker. Look at that! We got a ghost photo. Stinker makes stinkers. Not JoJo being sad about our ghost photo. Not JoJo being sad about it. Please, JoJo, please.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
All right. We're getting there. That's 9 out of 13 correct. Let's go. Let's go. Keep calling events, seeing loads of people get bingo, and I'm sat here being edged. I'm sorry. It's not intentional, I swear.
This is going to be a tough one. We've had reports of violence, and and it looks like they left.
Raymond Lewis. So it's not a Banshee or a Diane? Sure. Listen, you can't blame me. You can't blame me for fate. Kimmy, congrats on your bingo. Bone. You gonna pick a bone with anybody? Pick a bone with fate. Baby. Shower party. By myself. Party of one. Almost party of ghost. Amber! Congrats on your bingo, guys. Amber is hot. Pass it on. Did you know that you can visit ambertheramblerishot.com? It's a real website. I love you, Amber. I love that you won with the shower party. Did the ghost sound slow to you guys, or am I just like hallucinating? I might be. Amber is a hot bingo winner. Pass it on. That's right. That's right. Oh, I think we might have hallway ghosts. Oh, we've got UV. I want to go play bingo IRL and piss off the old ladies. You want to piss off the aunties? The real aunties who go play bingo? I'd go with you. I'd go with you, Amber. Why do you think you'd piss them off, though? Why do you think you'd piss them off? Piss them off just by walking in there all young and hot like you are? I mean, truly. Truly. That would be pissing some people off. That's true. That's true. Back in the day, they'd get super offended if a young person won. Wait, really? That's fucking hilarious, honestly. Oh, that... Oh my god, won't the door shut? I think that was Orbeez. That scared me. Guys, it could be a Cormosh. What if it's a Cormosh? Regular thingies. Guys, if it's a Cormosh, how many things can we throw at the ghost? We have to test it. We have to play with the ghost. We have to throw things at it. Oh my god. We have to throw our big blue balls at the ghost if it's a Cormosh. I don't make the rules. What's it need to be? Writing? No. Spirit box. I'm relying on Spirit box right now. I'm relying on Spirit box right now. Please. Please. Oh, please. There's an Abra in the chat. Wait, why is Pickle slacking? I will not be throwing my big blue balls at the ghost today. It can't be a core motion, unfortunately. My hopes were dashed. And now, I'm sad. I wanted to throw my big blue balls at it, Jojo. Are you a Mimo? Where are you? How old are you? Can you speak to me? Can you talk to me? Where are you? How old are you? Can you speak to me? Can you talk to me? Are you young? Are you old? Are you French? Where the fuck is your room? Where are you? How old are you? Where are you? How old
Taken
are you?
away.
Wait! There's no freezing. It noni breathed me though. Is the Noni breath not considered a following event? Didn't even come out where he could see me. Should I have my big blue balls ready? Should I prep my balls, Jojo? Was it ever 100% verified? I heard it from partnered streamers, so I assumed it was correct. Hide and seek. Aw, man. Buddy, come out here. Oh my god, why is it not coming out? I don't want to be standing like in its pathing is the problem. I definitely had a Noni breath. Oh god. Where's our freezing? Mimic.
Welcome back.
Where's our freezing? Victimized. Victimized! I didn't have a ghost that had like weird speeds with that mimic either. Absolutely victimized by freezing. Absurd. Absurd. I didn't mean to victimize myself. Maybe I was channeling Brad. How about that? How about them apples? Yeah, don't victim blame, Jojo. Don't victim blame. You know what we're gonna do? I know she's probably ending soon. but I never get to raid my best friend. And I love her so much, and I would really like to raid her, so I think that's what we're gonna do. Guys, after stream tonight, in about 30 minutes from now, YouTube premiere. If you want to come chat with me in chat, be there. This is Ghosty's premiere, but it's a video that we did together. So if you want to come be in chat, it's really funny. It's really good. It's a horror game. Come hang out. It's going to be a good time. Okay? We'll be back tomorrow for more games and shenanigans. So come by. Follow all the socials. Do all the things. Chat on YouTube. Yeah. So for a premiere, the video goes up live and there's a chat on the side so you can chat while we watch together. It's a good time. So it's going to be in about 30 minutes from now that it goes live. So it's going to be at that link that I put in the chat if you want to come chit chat with us while the video is live. It'll be really fun. So come over there. It's like I said on Ghosty's channel, but it's a video that we did together, so it'll be a good time. We're gonna go raid my best friend as long as she doesn't have her raids turned off. She's playing Resident Evil. I love this.
New
woman
donation
more than
from
anything in the
someone.
world. Well, someone anonymous, thank you so much for your dono. That puts us at 93% for vodka and her surgery. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. That means the world to me. I heckin' appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for all the help toward vodka. You guys know taking care of pets is expensive, unfortunately. And she needs a little surgery. So thank you so much. Check your bingos, friendos. Check them if you have not. Let's go say hi to my best friend. Whichever raid message works for you, works for me. I'll see you guys over there. Hopefully I see you guys tomorrow night. Like I said, we'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back Friday. And then mark your calendars for next Thursday into Friday morning for our very, very special DVD event that we got chosen for. So I'm really excited for that. Please take care of yourselves, everyone. Be kind to yourselves. Drink water. And do something nice for you, okay? All right, I'll see you guys very soon. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all the love. Big thank you to our raiders, too. YouTube, I'll see you later as well. Subscribe, like, comment, turn that bell on. We'll see you soon, everybody. Good night.